Good morning, everybody. I wanted to go ahead and get us set up. Gotta take the kids to the bus stop. And then I'm also getting my other content created. So I don't know if you guys are aware or not, but there are two other officer involved unalivings or murder trials that are going on. One is for Tyree Nichols, and the other is for Patrick Hayoya. So Tyree Nichols is down in Memphis. He was the guy who was um beaten really badly by the five black officers, the Scorpion team. And he succumbed to his injuries like 5 days later. I'm sorry, 3 days later. So that trial is actually going on right now. Our current read is going on. So I am creating content to put out for that. I understand everybody want to watch current read, so we'll continue to stream it. But I will be making updates about that trial. So if that's something that you want to keep up on, you can definitely watch my recaps because I'll be posting those. And then Patrick's trial is the other officer involved shooting where he was pulled over for a traffic stop. They basically thought he was, they'll later find out that he was drunk, but he and the officer kind of get into, I don't even want to say they got into a tussle. But I guess he was maybe resisting arrest, and he may have been reaching. I mean, the defense basically alleges that he was reaching for the taser, and when he got the taser, the officer put a gun to the back of his head and shot him, and killed him. And so that's the other trial that's going on as well. So I'm also creating content on that one. So it's a lot of things kind of going on. That I want everybody to be aware of. I think if I haven't shared with you all already, I'm probably not going to post content on Karen Reed. I think there's a lot of content already circulating around about her. I'll just give my commentary directly to y'all as the trial goes on. So I won't necessarily post too much about her unless maybe something crazy happens and I feel like I want to talk about it. But my content will essentially be focused around right now. It's going to be around those two murder trials that's happening. So make sure y'all tap in. But today is day 6 of the Karen Reed trial, and we're gonna see what's happening today. How did y'all feel about how it ended yesterday with the ARCA hearing? It was a mess to me. It was just a mess. Like everybody was just yelling, and you would have thought the jury was in the room the way they were talking to the witnesses. But what I did ascertain is I don't think that they behave maliciously through ARCA, because what I'm confused about, well, I guess I'm not confused about, but what's interesting is that ARCA is the accident reconstruction group or, agency. And if you believe that this man died in a car accident, why would you be fighting so hard against the accident reconstruction? It just, and I guess because it's bad facts, in my opinion, it just doesn't help. It just doesn't help me believe that Karen did this, if that's what the Commonwealth wants me to believe, even as a viewer, right? Like, we're not a part of the jury, and we don't have, we're, I guess, least important, but it just makes me feel like y'all know this some bullshit, and y'all wasting everybody's time. And y'all know what I like to say: free the jury, because why you wasting their time? Why are y'all wasting the jury's time? So that's kind of what I pretty much got from that. So those are my thoughts this morning. We should be picking up with cross-examination of the Cellbrite witness or expert. So that should be starting here shortly. Make sure y'all follow my girl Beta's instructions, okay? Hit the like button when you enter the chat. Make sure that you subscribe. And we do have memberships that are available. They are not required, but they are appreciated. Good morning, D Wood. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kim. Has anyone noticed all the Jim McKay videos surfaced on TikTok? I didn't scroll very much, D Wood, but enlighten us. Enlighten us. I did see my girl, Miss McKinney, Mrs. McKinney. She is well, Miss McKinney, because she is an attorney. I believe she's up in Michigan, to be honest, but she's an attorney. She posted a video and she talked about how Jim McCabe and Kerry are basically trying to say or make the point that they couldn't have seen John in the snow. And the only way Karen would have known it was him was if she actually knew where he was all along. What was interesting was that they played the clip of Jim McCabe saying that they had to turn him over, like put him face up. And then she played the clip of Carrie saying they had to unbury his, they had to pile his, dig his face out from underneath the snow, which I thought was interesting. But I haven't really seen very much. Yay, Beta! Congratulations. Good morning, Che. Che, I gotta watch that video. I gotta watch that video. I got a lot going on. Good morning, Mrs. Main Event. I got a lot going on. I gotta watch that video. I'm in and out. I'm watching the cops try. And that's what I was just telling them, Che, because I know a lot of people want to watch Karen Read, so that's the only reason why I'm going to continue to stream it. But all of my content is going to be based around Tyree Nichols and Patrick, because Patrick also has a case. Patrick was shot in the back of the head by the officer during a routine traffic stop. And then we know Tyree was beat up by the 5 officers down in Memphis. 2 of them pled guilty. I believe all of them were found guilty of the civil rights violation on a federal trial. And the 2 who pled guilty will be testifying in the trial that they're having today. So I'm trying to push the content out for that this morning. But essentially that's kind of where my head is. Now, if the group says that y'all good with switching over to Tyree Nichols, then we would just switch over. But I am streaming Karen Read for the people. Just for the people. She should be ashamed of herself. I did see a video of 2 of a neighbor who was like, Shoot, they got a lot to hide over there. That don't sound right. They sold the house. He ripped up the floor, gave away the dog. He was like, my friend's has been bitten by Chloe before too. I'm like, Lord. One of the ladies called her SA horse face. Definitely. Yeah, I want to see that trial too. You on the iPad, Nichols is on the TV. Yeah. So um I am trying to get that as well. All right, I gotta go put these people on the bus. Oh Lord. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take this down and I will see y'all later. I'm not gonna see y'all later. I'm gonna see y'all in the chat. 1 second. See y'all.
Mr. Woke, please back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Woke, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on that report. And the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Right. So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher And that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report into text, and it would enlarge the text just a little, please, for the jury, Ms. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few years, the GPS coordinate and associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll, please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. yesterday you discussed Waze, the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like Health Data and Location, correct?
Incorrect. No.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, Cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 00:25, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
He did all that talking to Arca yesterday, skewing the information as well. Well, I'm not gonna say as well, but it's truly skewing the information that they testified to, which is crazy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffen, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't,
Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry,
Mr.
apologies.
Wilson, That's okay.
Mr. Whiffen, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture.
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffen?
Very vaguely.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
Baby, it's getting heated up in here. I can't believe his mom sitting over there listening to all this information and thinking that that woman really unalived that man. It's just driving me crazy. Are they picking up with his mom's testimony? Or are they switching witnesses?
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Ms. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffen, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does. Thank you.
Pardon me?
It does. Thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffen. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38. And we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82. And you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir.
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this it says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 3147, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock 123209, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what a term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 123216. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have
Honor.
the lights, please, Dave?
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again, that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I've got the entire report. Mr. Whitman?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Green.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
So let's take
Yeah,
it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
To switch? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor. I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was a
ask,
pen-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffen, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffen?
Very, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone. If I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this
It's
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry,
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm
Whiffen.
happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 334 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 1237, 1253, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped 50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
I don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery. You all set, sir? I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions.
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate
So how do you mean put it together? As in compared? No.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Great. So you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffen?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffen. I'll be right back.
His ass is worried now. He worried for sure.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffen, if you bear with me, I just
Of
have
course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees. But you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again. And this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can. Excuse me, Your Honor. One moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffen, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50
There we go.
degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh shoot.
May I approach, Your Honor? May I have exhibit 40?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Whitman,
you.
I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, we don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 18:47, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing. I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Let me just say that.
Child, now here we go with these side boys. Bye. I think the display is wrong though. I'm not actually tracking to what they are exactly showing either. So I think it's the display is off. Personally, but we'll see. Oh, we'll see what they come back with. Is this something else? Yeah, I don't know how I keep getting paper. They're trying to make me some breakfast, y'all. I didn't blocked off my calendar for an hour because these folks are nonstop. Yesterday, I didn't even eat. I didn't even eat yesterday, y'all. And y'all know I like to give me something to eat, boy. They were on my bumper yesterday. I say, Lord. And they say we the DEI hires. Crazy. What's going on over there on the Tyree case, y'all? When they go to lunch, we going over to Tyree. Yeah, I think the display was wrong too, Beta. You know what I'm saying? Like, trying to make it seem like we the DEI hires. Y'all was on my case non-stop yesterday. Like, couldn't even watch the trial. Couldn't even watch the trial. Getting my toast together, y'all. He understands snitching, trying to act sad, but he pled guilty though. Then he so keep me honest, Beta. Were all of them found guilty in federal court on a federal case? Man, we don't got no paper bowls no more. All the paper bowls gone. See, child.
I'm told this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
Please rise for the jury.
All right,
Jurors,
y'all.
record
So,
state, please keep your notebooks closed.
if you rocking with me, I'm just letting you know we about to switch over to Tyree. See what we can catch over there for a second, cause I want to see what's happening. I just want to go YouTube. Tyree Nichols court on live stream. I want to see it from today. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna run it back though, y'all, because we didn't get to see it. I'm gonna put some sauce on it though.
Sir, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, commence your.
Let's start with your name,
Desmond Mills,
and you spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
DESMONDMILLS.
And Mr. Mills, first, you understand, or do you understand, that you are charged in this case, in this indictment?
Yes,
That you are charged with murder, second degree, with aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault, official misconduct, and official oppression.
yes,
Are you also charged in federal court?
yes,
Have you entered a guilty plea in federal court?
yes,
Have you also entered into an agreement in state court which amounts to a guilty plea?
yes,
Have you been told that your sentence will be set by a federal judge?
yes,
And it will be set at a sentencing hearing in front of that federal judge in federal court. Is that correct?
yes,
The charges that you have pled guilty to in federal court, the maximum sentences are life sentences. Is that correct?
yes,
Have you been told that your truth will be taken into that your truthful testimony, that telling the truth will be taken into consideration?
Freela D. Thank you, D Wood.
yes,
Are you hoping that by telling the truth, that will be taken into consideration in your federal sentence?
yes,
Have you been told that if you are truthful, that the federal government has put a cap on what they would ask the federal judge to sentence you to?
yes,
And have you been told that the highest number that the federal government will ask you to be sentenced to is 15 years in federal prison?
yes,
But have you also been told that ultimately it is the federal judge that will set your sentence and not the federal government, not those attorneys?
yes,
Do you understand that the federal judge could give you life sentences?
yes,
Do you understand the federal judge could also ignore the recommendation of 15 years and give you less than that?
yes,
Theoretically, the federal judge could even give you supervised release
yes,
or a prison sentence up to life in federal prison.
yes,
Do you understand how important it is to tell the truth?
yes,
Have you come here today to tell the truth?
yes,
Let me pass you this document and ask you if you recognize it.
yes, I do.
Is that also the agreement you have with the state prosecutors on your case?
Yes,
And have you signed that document
yes,
along with your attorneys?
yes,
We can have that introduced as a state sex number exhibit.
The memorandum of understanding, Mr. Mills, Exhibit 4.
That helps just the jury by reading. Mr. Mills, listen, okay?
Okay.
This is a memorandum of understanding that's entered into by the parties, the state of Tennessee, the district attorney, and the defendant Desmond Mills, represented by his attorney Blake Ballard. This memorandum is intended as a binding agreement between the parties, and at the appropriate time will be filed with the court in this indictment 2300241. It will, consistent with the state's ethical obligations, be made known to co-defendants counsels. Acceptance of responsibility and acknowledgement of conduct. Defendant Desmond Mills wishes to take responsibility for his role in the beating and death of Tyree Nichols. He fully acknowledges that his conduct and the conduct of his co-defendants was improper, excessive, and criminal. He acknowledges that Tyree Nichols was improperly beaten and restrained, and that he and his co-defendants had covered up their criminal conduct by, among other things, lying to first responders and to MPD personnel about the true nature of their contact with Tyree Nichols and the nature of his injuries. Defendant Mills acknowledges that these actions resulted in Tyree Nichols' death. Requirement to provide complete and honest testimony and cooperation. Defendant Mills agrees to cooperate and provide truthful testimony in any and all federal and state proceedings related to this matter or related investigations, including civil rights investigations by the United States Department of Justice. This extends to any interviews requested by federal or state prosecutors and investigators, as well as trial testimony. Defendant Mills must tell the truth at all times and not knowingly withhold any material information. Guilty plea and sentencing. Defendant Mills will enter guilty pleas in federal court to offenses charged in Federal Indictment 23 CR 20191/MSN, and when appropriate, will also enter guilty pleas in state court to offenses charged in Indictment 2300214. He will be sentenced in federal court first. The federal court judge will determine his sentence. After federal sentencing, he will enter guilty pleas in state court. Agreement by the state. The state of Tennessee agrees that upon fulfillment of the above conditions, that it will agree to a guilty plea that provides for a state sentence that will be served concurrent. Do you know what concurrent means?
Yes.
It means at the same time. Is that right?
Yes.
That we will agree to a state sentence that will be served concurrent with and will not exceed defendant Mills' federal sentence. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Furthermore, any period of incarceration shall be served in the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Yeah.
So you have an agreement in federal court in which you have pled guilty. Is that correct?
Yes.
With a federal judge to set your sentencing.
Yes.
A recommendation by the United States Attorney's Office not to ask for a sentence in excess of 15 years of incarceration.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
But a federal judge able to sentence you all the way from supervised release to life.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
You also have an agreement in state court. Tell the truth. And your state sentence will run at the same time as whatever federal sentence you get. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you're sent to prison, that you will go to prison in a federal prison and not a state prison.
Yes.
You and I have met how many times?
Twice.
Only twice. Total amount of time we spent with each other?
Not an hour.
Less than, you say not an hour?
Not an hour. No.
Not an hour, so less than an hour.
Yes.
Have I told you there's two most important things?
Yes.
I tell you it was to listen to me and for me to listen to you.
Yep.
And for you to do what?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. You understand that the agreement that you have in federal court, with the agreement you have in state court, that what a federal judge will take into account is whether or not you tell the truth.
Yes.
Tell us where you're from, Mr. Mills.
I'm from Connecticut.
And you were born in Connecticut?
Yes, I was born in Connecticut.
Parents from somewhere else though?
Yes, my parents are from Jamaica.
When you say Jamaica and when you say some other words, we can hear it.
Oh, yes, yes.
So you have a little bit of a Jamaican accent with regard to some words.
Yes, I've been told that, yes.
Okay. Grew up in Connecticut.
Yes.
Did you go to high school?
Yes, I did.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes, I did.
All right, in Connecticut?
Yes.
All right, what did you do after that?
I went to college.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to college at West Virginia State University.
What did you do in college?
I played football and I graduated.
Very good. What did you do after that?
And then I started my career in law enforcement. I was a correctional officer first. I was a correctional officer first, and then for about 3 years, and then so I moved to Tennessee. I did corrections for about 2 years before I joined MPD.
What brought you to Tennessee?
Corrections at first. I was chasing a career in corrections, then I switched to police officer.
When you came to Tennessee, did you bring your family with you, or?
I got married and then we started our family in Tennessee.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
3,
How old are they?
7, 5, 4,
Boys and girls?
2 girls, 1 boy.
After corrections, you joined the Memphis Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
6 years. 6 years.
Where all were you assigned in those 6 years?
Rains Precinct, Bridgeway Precinct, and then OCU.
Most officers in the force were assigned to precincts, right?
Yeah, yes.
Riding around in cars, responding to 911 calls, traffic enforcement, all sorts of things.
Yes.
And then you went to OCU, which is the Organized Crime Unit, is that right?
Yes.
And that is more of a specialized group, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Organized Crime Unit is actually a large umbrella where there is the ICE team, where there is drug enforcement teams, where there are fugitive apprehension teams. It's a large umbrella, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Where in particular in the Organized Crime Unit did you go?
To the Scorpion team.
All right, and what were the responsibilities of the Scorpion team?
We were sent to areas where a lot of crime, violent crimes. They would they come from the top. They'll send us there, and it's like a zero tolerance policy. They really wanted. They wanted drugs, money, cars, and guns. That's what they want.
So rather than being assigned to a particular area like you are in prison, you're part of this team where you're sent to certain areas. Is that right?
Yes.
And these would be high crime areas?
Yes.
One night you could be in South Memphis?
Yes.
One night you could be in North Memphis?
Correct.
One night you could be in Hickory Hill or whatever it is.
Yes.
And your responsibilities on those nights, you said zero tolerance, is to saturate that neighborhood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Zero tolerance, does that mean making a lot of traffic stops? Or what does it mean?
I'm trying to think the best way to say it. Enforce all crime, misdemeanor or felony, I would
Okay.
say.
And what did that amount to in practice? So what were y'all, sort of doing on those nights? So say you're sent to South Memphis and told do a zero tolerance in South Memphis, what are you actually physically doing?
We're physically doing the Scorpion team. We would do traffic stops. That was the Scorpion team. That's what we did, because the drug teams, they did it more as our investigations and they had informants and stuff like that. Our team, our office was the car, so we would make traffic stops and use the traffic stops to find a family amount of drugs. That's what they wanted. And when you had a family amount of drugs, then you get to seize the car, and if they got money, seize the money as well. And then they wanted guns, because guns always looks good to take on the street.
And when you say they, do you mean leadership?
Yes, leadership.
So y'all are given a directive, go to a particular neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes.
Do zero tolerance, is that correct?
Yes.
That means a lot of traffic stops.
Yes.
And the idea is seize drugs and guns and money
Yes.
and stolen cars
Yes.
or cars.
Yeah, cars. Yes.
And how long were you with the Scorpion team?
I'd say around COVID time. Around that time.
So COVID started around
Can't remember.
maybe
2020?
2020 or something. Had you been in the Scorpion team as much as 3 years? Or?
I think so, around there. Possibly.
So had you been on the Scorpion team for a good amount of time?
Yes.
On the Scorpion team, I'm going to say some names and tell me whether or not you know who these people are, okay?
Okay.
Emmett Martin,
Yes, no, no.
was he on the Scorpion team with you?
Yes.
Demetrius Haley,
Yes.
Darius Bean,
Yes.
Justin Smith,
Yes.
Preston Hemphill,
Yes.
January 7th of 2023. Okay,
Okay.
tell me about that night.
All right. I was working to a unit, and me and Bean, we had someone under arrest for a traffic stop violation.
Let me interrupt you real quick. When you say Bean, you mean Darius Bean?
Yes.
You see him in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out and tell me what he's wearing, where he's seated?
A navy blue suit, blue tie, blue shirt.
I think he nodded at you, but what seat is Mr. Bean in?
He's sitting beside Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith is in the seat number 1.
Okay, so
Mr. Bean is number 2.
yes, number 2 seat.
All right, so you're with Mr. Bean.
Yes. We conducted a traffic stop. We had someone under arrest, and the suspect at the time was handcuffed in the backseat of my car. I was driving, Bean was driving alongside with me.
All right, so let me stop you. What area of town are you in?
We are in Ridgeway area. East
Okay,
Memphis.
tell, this jury's not from Memphis, okay?
Okay.
So is that downtown?
No, that's East Memphis.
Okay, East Memphis? And are you familiar with sort of a large neighborhood, neighborhood's not the right word, area of Memphis called Hickory Hill?
Yes.
Ridgeway is part of Hickory Hill?
Yes.
All right. And what, are there businesses in Hickory Hill?
Yes, a lot of business.
And there's places to eat?
Yes.
And there's also neighborhoods with residential houses?
Yes.
And is this the area that y'all have been sent to that night?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And he was handcuffed in the backseat of my car, and then right before me and Bean were about to search his vehicle, we heard on the radio an officer keyed up said they had one to resist. He's been pepper sprayed and tased, and now he's running.
All right, so someone has resisted,
Yes.
pepper sprayed and tased and running.
Yes.
Okay.
And naturally, when you hear that come across the radio as an officer, you're supposed to go and help your fellow officers because you don't know what's going on over there. So when we heard it, we released the guy we had. It was this minor offense, and we got into my car, and then we drove to the area where the location that they put out. And when we got over there, the stop was Ross and Reigns. Traffic stop was Ross and Reigns, and
How far away from Ross and Reigns were y'all? Or how long did it take? I'm not really asking for, I don't care about distance.
it wasn't too far, maybe a mile and a half or too far.
Okay.
It wasn't too far. And we got there, they said that Miss Nichols went southbound on Ross. So I turned down Ross, me and Bean, we started driving down Ross, took a first left, and it was a residential neighborhood. And we drove all around the neighborhood, and we didn't see Miss Nichols. When I pulled out to continue to go southbound on Ross, as I was driving, I just looked in my rearview mirror, and then I saw Miss Nichols just appear right there in the road. And I said, B, I think that's him. I turned around. I said, hey, what was the description of Miss Nichols? He said it, and then we rolled the window down to talk to him. And as soon as he said, hey, Miss Nichols took off running, and that's when Bean got in the car first. He started chasing him.
And would it be fair, interrupt you, would it be fair to say that whatever description y'all were given of Mr. Nichols, did that person match that description?
Yes, and he was wiping his face. And he was wiping his face, I think with a shirt or something. And so Bean took off running. I got in the car. I started running. And I turned back because I forgot to lock the car. I locked the car, and then by the time I turned around, I didn't see Bean or Miss Nichols no more. So I just started running, and then I seen when they went up another street. I don't know the name of that street. And then that's when I saw Bean again, Mr. Nichols, and I seen it was Smith car. And then there were some residents outside, and I asked them what's the name of the street because I didn't know where it was. They gave me the name of the street, and then I put it on dispatch, and then I ran up with the rest of the other, with Bean, Smith, and Mr. Nichols.
So put it on dispatch, meaning you said on the radio where y'all were at?
Yes. And then I ran up there, and I immediately pepper sprayed him.
Well, when you run up there, what do you see? Who's doing what?
I see Bean and Smith. They're holding Mr. Nichols.
Is Mr. Nichols standing up or is he on the ground?
He was on the ground. He was on the ground. And I pulled out a pepper spray, and I sprayed again. And I sprayed him 2 times. It wasn't working. And the third time I tried.
Did you say it wasn't working or wasn't working? I couldn't hear you.
No, I sprayed him. It just wasn't working.
Wasn't working.
Yeah, it wasn't working. And then I sprayed the third time, and the third time I sprayed myself. And then when I sprayed myself, I backed away from Miss Nichols, Bean, and Smith, and I was trying to collect my thoughts, because when you get sprayed, you really can't see that. You can't see it.
Had you been sprayed directly in the eyes?
Yes, I sprayed myself directly in the eye, and I backed away. I was trying to collect myself, and then at that time it was Bean, Smith, and I believe Martin was there now.
And let me interrupt you because we did this with Mr. Bean. We need to do it with everybody. I think you've already identified him, but can you tell me where Mr. Smith is seated in the courtroom?
Seat 1.
The record to reflect he's identified Justice Smith. Smith and Bean and Emmett Martin?
Yes.
So at this point, it is those 3. Is Mr. Nichols still on the ground?
Yes.
And you have sprayed yourself and you're attempting to collect yourself.
Yes. And I heard the officers kept saying, give me hands. And because I sprayed myself, I became angry, and I used my baton. I pulled my baton out, and I approached.
I'm talking to you right now in this courtroom. You seem pretty mild mannered. How angry did you become?
To pull the baton up, I sprayed myself. I couldn't see. It made me angry.
Okay, what you did?
And then I pulled the baton out and I approached Mr. Nichols and I told him, I said I was gonna effing baton you. And I told the officers who were in the way to move. I said, move. And then I used the baton on Mr. Nichols 3 times on the right arm. And then I stopped. And
Now, had you been trained in the use of this baton?
yes,
Now, with regard just to the physical way in which you struck Mr. Nichols, just in regard to where you struck Mr. Nichols, was that consistent with your training?
yes, it was.
Okay. As part of your training, were you trained when to use the baton and when not to?
Yes,
Are you supposed to use it because you're angry at somebody?
no,
You struck him 3 times where?
on his right arm,
Did he react to that?
no.
Physically, where is he at when you strike him?
He had right arm was on the ground and left arm was up, and he kind of was like a knee in the ground, maybe I would say.
Okay, so sort of half up, half down.
Yes,
Were Bean and Smith still there with him?
I think it was Smith was holding his arm at that time.
Was Bean still there?
Yeah, he was still in the area.
Now, when you had collected yourself, did you know that Emmett Martin had soccer kicked him to the head?
No,
Did you know that Emmett Martin had kicked him even a second time to the head?
no,
Did you know that when he soccer kicked him both times, that Bean and Smith were there holding him down?
no. I didn't learn the case until I watched the video.
And what video are you talking about?
The incident with Mr. Nichols.
Understand the incident, but which video? You ever turn on
The side cop camera.
the Skycop camera? Now, you had a body camera on, is that correct?
Yes,
And some of the others had body cameras on, is that correct? Or do you know?
we aren't supposed to.
All supposed to?
Yes.
Some did.
I didn't hear it.
Some did. Some did have body cameras on.
Yeah, I think yes. I think we are.
The Skycop camera is something different, though. Is that right?
Yes,
When did you find out that that Skycop camera was up there on the pole? When did you find out that was there?
when I got back to the office, and
Afterwards.
yes, afterwards.
So you didn't know it was there at the time.
No,
Tell us about after the 3 baton strikes.
after that, I stopped, and then the pepper spray is reactivating itself again. If you watch it out, it keeps activating on and off, and I was just standing there, and then my eyes were shut, and I heard a thump sound, and I heard after the second one, that's when I peeked my eyes open and I looked over and I seen Martin was punching Mr. Nichols.
Did you see what Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith were doing?
They were just holding his hand on the arm.
Was Tyree standing?
Yes, he's standing at this point. Yes,
Was Mr. Bean on one hand and Mr. Smith on the other?
yes,
And Mr. Martin was hit
yes,
hard?
yes. And after I peeked and looked, I was wondering why is he punching him, and then I didn't want to look no more because it didn't look good. And
You said don't look good. What do you mean?
the way how he was punching Mr. Nichols.
Looked like it wasn't right.
Correct,
Looked like it could really hurt him.
correct.
Had you heard Tyree make any threats to you?
No, I don't recall no threats.
We heard that you said something about, I'm going to effing baton you. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you hear anybody else there make any threats?
no, I can't recall right now.
Did you ever hear anybody there say hit him?
When I watched the video, that's when I heard the hit him.
And we're going to watch the videos. So that's probably the appropriate time, I guess, for me to ask you about that.
Okay.
Mr. Martin's hit him. Mr. Bean said that aside. What happens next?
I believe after I couldn't look no more, and then after that, I believe that's when he was taken into custody.
Now, you're not a small man. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
Is Mr. Martin bigger than you?
Just taller.
Just taller. Who is the smallest person out there?
Officer or anybody?
Anybody?
Mr. Nichols?
Mr. Nichols. Did you ever see Mr. Nichols throw a punch? Do you ever see Mr. Nichols try to karate kick anybody?
No,
Do you ever see Mr. Nichols produce a weapon?
no,
When you said that what you saw Mr. Martin doing with Mr. Dean and Mr. Smith at the side, when you said it was wrong, well, you're doing something wrong right then too, aren't you?
yes.
What's your duty as a police officer when you see something like that?
Stop, Mr. Martin.
You gotta try to stop it, don't you?
Yeah.
You take an oath to be a police officer, don't you?
Yes,
You understand that you have a duty to intervene,
yes,
even if that means intervening with your fellow officers when you see excessive force. Is that right?
yes,
Each and every one of you officers out there have a duty to intervene, didn't you?
yes.
Did you ever say, stop?
No,
Do you regret that?
yes,
Did you ever try to get yourself in between Mr. Martin and Tyree and, whoa, we got this, we got this, we got this. You ever try to do that?
no,
Do you regret that?
yes,
Did you ever see Mr. Dean or Mr. Smith? We got this, we got this. Stop.
no,
Did you ever see any of those officers out there do that?
no,
Instead, he just kept going.
yes,
You said he was taken into custody. You meant that he was brought to the ground.
he had both handcuffs on.
At this point, a bunch of people on top of him.
No, I don't, I have to see the video again, but I don't recall.
Do you remember how many people were physically, taken into custody at the time?
No, I don't.
Did you ever physically touch Tyree Nichols?
Yes, I did,
When did you touch him?
when I used the baton.
I got that. So when you struck him with a baton 3 times, but did you ever handle him?
No.
Did you ever hold him up? Did
No,
you ever press him down on the ground?
no,
Did you baton him 3 times?
yes,
After he is, I'm going to use your phrase, taken into custody. Okay. Do you see Defendant Haley arrive?
I saw him arrive when I watched my camera.
Okay. So at that time, you do not remember seeing Defendant Haley?
No.
Okay. But later, when you watch your body worn camera, you see Defendant Haley?
Yes,
We will watch it. At the appropriate time, I'll ask you about that. Okay.
okay.
Tell me what happens next.
So after he has taken custody, he was parked up against someone's tire, and then the fire department arrived, and they were there. They were doing what they do to someone, and then I remember I saw as they were there, Mr. Nichols like slouched over to the ground, and I said, I yelled, "Hey!" I said, "Hey!" Like, look at him, and then I believe Smith said to the fire department, he said, "Bag him."
Does that mean something about like oxygen, did oxygen to him or something?
I don't know what it means. I just know Smith went to the EMT or parents or something, but he did that. So I would say that Smith would know better what EMT parents should do than I would do.
Gotcha. While paramedics doing whatever they're doing, we'll see it for ourselves on the video. While he's doing what he's doing, Smith saying whatever. Are you telling these paramedics, man, look at his head. He got hit a lot really hard in his head.
No, I didn't tell the paramedics anything.
What happens? Tyree's at the car on the ground.
And then so now paramedics are now they're working on him, like they're doing their paramedic stuff with him, and find out he's going to be transported.
Yes.
Vigil's gonna be ID safe.
Thank you.
May I present it to Mr. Whitman?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whitman. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, we had started going through the top 3 entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming.
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffen, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffen, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case?
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously.
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, Did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry.
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over.
Here she go. Bev, you blowing her. Let these people ask these questions, girl. We trying to get through this witness. If they didn't have to do this every 5 seconds, this trial probably wouldn't last 6 to 8 weeks. Because y'all know they projecting 6 to 8 weeks here. Just a mess. Really, a real big mess. Two days, Shay. 2 days. I don't think I'm gonna be able to take 6 to 8 weeks of this either, Cam. To be honest, it's already kind of getting on my nerves. I ain't even gonna hold you. They are already getting on my nerves about it. It's really blowing me. I can't take 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. We don't know how. When they come back, I'll swap over.
I'm Lieutenant Maxine.
Is his name Dwayne Smith?
Yes.
Now, while this paramedic stuff is going on with Mr. Nichols, are you having conversations with these defendants? With Defendant Martin, and with Defendant Smith, and Defendant Bean, and Defendant Haley?
Yes.
What's the substance of those conversations?
I kept asking Martin what happened, like why you stopped him, and how do we get over here, and how do we get to this? Because I was in disbelief on
All right,
how
they back.
this was
I might get a little whiplash today, but we're gonna be bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly.
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA, SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No,
The objection's overruled.
not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
Thank you.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Cellebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Cellebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer. But yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite,
essentially the same tool.
essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Cellebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "House long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Cellebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Cellebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Cellebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were
No.
testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Cellebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed it.
Yes.
All right,
You mentioned,
could I see Counselor Sidebar for
Aye.
just a minute,
Yes, Your Honor.
please?
Yeah, I know she about to say we're getting ready to go lunch. Let's break for lunch. But how? I just think that it's weird. Like that 2:27 time step is super important, and I think it's mighty convenient that it disappeared. I guess with Cellebrite, everything kind of disappears because they're already talking about your deleted entries disappear on their own. Now you got other timestamps just disappearing. It's just this trial. It low-key stresses me out. And I think that's why I'm like struggling with it. It's giving me more anxiety than I really need to have. You know what? It actually infuriates me. Like I think I'm actually getting angry internally instead of being frustrated. They removed it. Just like Jen deleted that search, they took that timestamp out. People did it. Ain't no system did nothing. Yeah, see, that's what it is, y'all. This trial makes me angry.
Go ahead,
So-
Mr. Larson.
thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Cellebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Cellebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had it. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit
you
about
know-
how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Cellebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
That program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the magnet forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change
I
decoding.
didn't ask if it, I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes,
It-
probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you use the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
these various forensic tools, Cellebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnetic Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fine.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffen. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Action?
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Cellebrite tools in your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffen, Does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you as
I
you sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying with regard to iOS 15.1, et cetera, that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right, but-
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't
You
prove
have,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report,
Correct.
a few pages you were asked about,
Yes.
but you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
I move to introduce Mr. Whiffen's entire report.
Okay.
never been part of something with someone who's like that. So I kept asking Martin over and over.
How to get to this?
Yes, how to get to this? Why he stopped him? What he do? What he had? I kept asking him.
Well, you had part of the answer of how it got to this like this is your anger.
Yes.
At some point in these conversations, we'll watch it on the body cam, so I'm not gonna ask you exactly what everybody said, okay?
Okay.
But did some of these defendants make statements about hitting Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Did they make statements about everybody was rocking them or whatever?
Yes. If I listen to the video, I can tell you better.
Is there a point in the video where we're gonna see one of the defendants, we'll have you describe it when we see it, makes a motion about taking your body camera off?
Yes.
What is that about?
That was Martin. He was telling me to take the camera off because he wanted to tell me something so the camera wouldn't catch it.
And we'll be able to see that on the body cam, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols is against this car. Y'all are having the conversations y'all are having. Is Mr. Nichols ultimately transported away?
Yes. He is.
Tell me about that.
We went to the hospital. Me and Bean went with him. Bean was riding in the ambulance and I was following behind. We got to the hospital.
When you were following the ambulance, were you aware of how critical Mr. Nichols' condition was?
Yes, I called Bean as we were driving, and he said they're performing CPR.
As in his heart stopped?
But if that's for CPR, yes.
Do you want Mr. Nichols to die?
No, I do not. I did not.
That'd be real bad. Is that right?
Correct.
You're following to the hospital, being tried in the ambulance. What happens?
Get to the hospital, and then they bring him inside of one of the rooms, and the doctor.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking the position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it as
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. Move your approach, please.
Okay.
I'm going to ask, Mr. Whiffen, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And that-
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Sustained is to form.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour,
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour,
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour,
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour,
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour,
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour,
24:33.
7 miles per hour,
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour,
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour,
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour,
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour,
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my
Of
report,
course,
just to
please.
recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
And that is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Sustained is to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees.
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12/32/16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth,
No.
any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside.
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor.
Uh,
Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35, there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14, you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, If you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
So
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else,
Correct.
yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan.
Yes.
Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was Was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was,
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
It's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
Oh, I
the
don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's
Thank you.
better, thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information. Does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call, what time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight
And who's that call from?
Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:07, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yep. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned GrayKey. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is GrayKey used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with GrayKey, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does GrayKey authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that GrayKey do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the GrayKey extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher,
Yes, I did.
a history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination, there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, remove that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, did you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs
Yes.
and offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellbrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay. Seems like a good place to take our lunch and recess, 45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whitman, I'm going to ask you to read the report, but the rest of us are in recess.
Please rise for the jury. Please no fixed on the chairs. Thank you.
Doctors and nurses that were working on him, and me and Dean was sitting outside the room.
Y'all actually go into the hospital.
Yes.
How long did you stay in the hospital?
We were there for a long time. I believe a long time.
Did y'all leave that night?
Yes.
When y'all left, was Mr. Nichols still alive?
Yes.
When you left, do you have conversations with Mr. Bean?
I don't think we said too much with Ryan Carr, but it was
Let me interrupt you. You said, no, you don't think you said too much, or just
it
running
was,
the car?
it was quiet more so.
It was quiet.
Yeah.
Probably pretty suddenly.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation that night with Mr. Haley?
Yes, I did.
How did that conversation happen?
When I was leaving the hospital, Mr. Haley kept calling my phone, and when I spoke with him, he asked me if I had seen him on my body camera doing anything.
Mr. Haley asked you if you could see your body cam and see whether or not Mr. Haley was doing it.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that's why I watched it real quick to see where he's on there, and I told him to only see him running up on my body camera when I was walking away.
And did Mr. Haley at that point make any statement to you about kicking Mr. Nichols?
No.
Could you see Mr. Haley on your body cam kick Mr. Nichols?
No.
When did you become aware that Mr. Haley kicked Mr. Nichols?
When I think it was at the internal affairs interview.
Y'all have to speak with internal affairs, is that right?
Yes.
Y'all have to fill out forms about like what type of physical contact you had with Mr. Nichols, is that right?
Yes.
And y'all do those things that night?
Yes.
And that night, do you tell the truth and say, I batoned Mr. Nichols for no reason other than I was angry?
No.
Did you tell the truth and say, while Bean and Smith stood at his arms, Mr. Martin punched him and punched him and punched him, I could hear the thuds, and I thought this was wrong?
No.
Did you tell him that I, just like everybody else there, had a duty to intervene, but we didn't do it?
Yeah. You can ask this question on what he said that night.
What did you tell him?
Well, the blue teams are formed, like you said.
You call it blue team, is that right?
Yeah, so when you use of force, the form name is called blue team. And on the blue team, I put the use of force that I use. You put what you use, and I did what I did.
And you didn't put that other stuff.
No, I didn't put none, no, I didn't put what I saw.
Do you even make a comment at some point that this was all by the book?
Yes, I said that on the scene, my lieutenant arrived.
And was that a truthful statement or an untruthful statement?
Untruthful statement.
Why would you make an untruthful statement about what y'all did that night?
It was just trying to, I knew it was a bad situation. I'm just trying to make it seem better.
Were you trying to get yourself out of trouble?
Yes.
Were you trying to keep your fellow police officers out of trouble?
More so me.
Or so you,
More so me.
did you know how bad it was yet?
I knew it was real bad when he was out there. I was praying for him when I was out there. I knew that.
Did you know they had that Skycop camera video yet?
No, not till I got back to the office.
We mentioned Mr. Haley a couple times. Can you point him out in the courtroom and tell us where he's seated?
Would that be C4?
C4, okay. So Mr. Smith, Mr. Bean, and then Mr. Haley, is that correct?
Yes.
The record could reflect that. Mr. Haley.
So reflected.
at some point, did you find out the TBI was investigating this matter?
Yes.
And were y'all asked to come have pictures taken of y'all that night?
Yes.
And we'll do these one by one. Tell me who is this?
This is me.
And is that what you're wearing that night?
Yes, it was.
All right, that could be marked to say so somebody today.
We'll show the photo of Mills as he did it.
There's nothing that obviously council is seeing these pictures. These are just pictures of them that night. If we could just go ahead and publish them while we go, Judge. Let's pass this. You tell me who's in this next picture?
This is Bean.
Is that marked to say so somebody exhibit?
We'll show a picture of Mr. Bean as he did it 6.
Martin.
Make somebody's exhibit.
Show a photo of Mr. Martin as he did it 7.
Haley.
Make somebody's exhibit.
Show a photo of Mr. Haley as he did it 8.
This is a set of 2 photographs. The second photograph is of this defendant's shoes. It's not alleged this defendant kicked the victim, but the shoes are very distinctive on the video and make it easy to follow this defendant on the video.
You guys will speak like us, Justice Smith shoes.
Smith.
We'll show the 2-page of the Mr. Smith and the shoes as he did 9.
As they return the exhibits after it goes all the way through, if I can give Mr. Mills his pen and just have him write their names on each picture. While we're waiting, there's one more. We're gonna watch some body cam later at the stop. Tell me who this officer is.
Hemphill.
Was Hemphill on the Scorpion team with y'all?
Yes, it was.
We'll show exhibit 10 as a photo of Mr.
Procedure. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I'll pass you this, ask if you recognize this, Mr. Mills.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the traffic stop. Basically started. This is where finished?
That's a map, is that right?
Yes.
And on it, you can see the location where there was a traffic stop, is that right?
Yes.
And is that Ross and Rains?
Yes.
That's where you drove in response to this call about a man being tased in Bedford.
Yes.
And you were directed to go a certain direction, is that right?
Yes.
And is that the neighborhood? And that neighborhood's pictured on the map, is that right?
Yes.
The location where this crime happened, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's another house on that map. It's also on Castlegate, is that right?
Yes.
What is that house that's on Castlegate? What is that location?
Mr. Nichols' house?
Mr. Nichols' house. And did you have occasion to go to Mr. Nichols' house that night?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
When the lieutenant made the scene.
We heard that Mr. Nichols is against the car laying on the ground, is that right?
Yes.
There's paramedics, is that right?
Yes.
Y'all are discussing things with each other, is that right?
Yes.
Your lieutenant makes the scene eventually, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you and your lieutenant go anywhere briefly?
Yes.
Where do y'all go?
To Mr. Nichols' house.
And was it a short walk?
Yes.
And were y'all able to speak to anybody there?
Yes.
Was that Mr. Nichols' mom?
Yes.
Was it you or Mr. Lieutenant Smith was actually speaking with?
Lieutenant Smith.
Were you sort of hanging in the back of that?
Yes.
We have that Marcus State section. Please.
You want to do Mark Reynolds now?
No, I think we'll be able to show this on the projector.
Show the aerial photo as exhibit 11.
Thank you, Deputy. Attorneys and technology. Oh, it's just not good. All right, what area of town is this, Detective Mills?
East Memphis.
All right, and this is East Memphis. We call the general sort of area Hickory Hill, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess it's obvious, but this is just for the record. Is this in Memphis, Tennessee,
Yes.
and in Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes.
All these locations that we're talking about where the incident occurred are in Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes.
Ross and Rains, is it these two fairly major streets?
Yes.
And what occurred at that location?
A traffic stop.
So this is initial traffic stop here. Let's ignore this for the time being. Location here says Castlegate and Bear Creek, is that correct?
Yes.
What happens there?
That's when I became involved.
That's when you became involved.
Yes.
Is that the location where Mr. Nichols was?
Yes.
And then just shortly down from that is 6743 Castlegate Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's that location?
That's his house.
And that is a very short walk, it seems, is that right?
Yes.
All of these locations, are they within less than a mile of each other?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking short distances here.
Yes. Yes.
We skip for the time being, but let's, I have told you that there is a second pole camera in this neighborhood. Is that second Skycop camera in this neighborhood? Is that correct?
Yes.
And it is here at 6705 Ross Ridge. And we'll watch some quick pole cam video of that here in a minute. There's also a camera symbol where you said the incident occurred, where Mr. Nichols was beaten. That's because there's a Skycop camera there, and we'll watch obviously that video again here shortly. We're going to start with one of the pre-emitted videos, Your Honor, the video of the traffic stop at Ross and Rains.
Let's see, set up now, the attorney book.
Mr. Mills, you testified that you were not present at this scene, is that correct?
Correct.
So because of that, I am not going to ask you to narrate the video and describe what's going on. You weren't there. Okay?
Okay.
But I am going to ask you who is who. Okay, so you can identify for the jury at least who is who.
Okay.
Body cam videos do have sound, is that correct?
Yes.
But they don't have sound for the first minute or so.
Yes.
We stopped it because it's better quality than that, something about the TVs. Approach. Check the TV out there. Does this appear to be Preston Hempel's body cam?
Yeah.
Speak up a
Yes.
little bit for me.
Yes.
Okay. You see the hands there?
Yes.
So whose hands are those?
That's Hemphill.
Okay. And you see the car there? Whose car is that?
Miss Nichols' car.
Mr. Nichols' car. Can you tell who that is in Mr. Nichols' store there?
That's Martin.
Place him.
Mark Lanes and Ross. St. Joseph Road. Suspect is running down Ross. Young male, black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie. Sat down on Ross. Over lights on.
Who is that?
Haley.
Haley, okay. Hempel's body cam, so Hempel's talking to Haley, is that correct?
Yes.
And we're not gonna rewind. If you go back to sort of the chaos that we saw, could you hear Haley's voice?
Yes.
Okay, could you hear Martin's voice?
Yes.
And could you hear Hempel's voice?
Yes.
And the man on the ground, was that Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
What the fuck's the back seat? All right, car's not funny. Hang on. Where's your water? Okay, I got you. Get more kid. Maybe 29, 38. Why my damn glasses in?
Who's that?
Haley.
You say Haley?
Yes, Haley.
I can't see jack shit. My glasses, what, you fight me? They gotta be somewhere down also. Yeah. All right, ready? What? Right. That way.
Who's that?
Smith.
Okay, I gotta find my glasses and get this damn taser. Now,
Did you tell the police I was there?
That was Smith.
Smith on the radio?
Yes.
Whose voice is that? You said?
Martin.
Okay.
we're gonna forget you guys to pull my taser.
You say, when people are talking like that and they say numbers at the start, what is that about?
The numbers are the officer's call number.
Okay.
So every
Everyone
number.
has like a car number?
Yes, everyone's assigned a number.
All right, so you say whatever your car number is first, and you say what you're gonna say?
Yes.
Is that how it works?
I can't remember.
What's it?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if that's what they did or not?
Yeah, I don't remember.
But if somebody wants to talk, if somebody's talking on the radio, they would say their car number, so people would know who's talking.
He said call now. My friend.
Oh, I'm sorry, call number?
Yeah, you talking about the numbers that they're calling? The numbers are assigned to officers.
I got you. Okay, so these numbers that we're hearing have to do with what type of call it is.
No, it's all right. So, Lieutenant Smith, I heard him key up. He's 2901.
Okay.
So instead of saying Lieutenant Smith, you say 2901. That belongs to him.
Okay, that's his number.
Yes.
Okay. I was saying car number, like it identifies you by your car, but everybody's identified by a number.
Yes.
Okay, so Lieutenant Smith has a number, Justice Smith has a number, you have a number?
Yes.
And what's your number out there?
I don't remember.
Thin metal black blue jeans and a plaid jacket.
Who was I talking to?
Martin.
You good right now? You got anything else?
Who is that we could hear on the radio?
That was me.
That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you saying on the radio there?
Southbound on Ross.
Okay, is this after y'all found them?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's me.
Martin and all them are under chasing. Shit, he's me too, but luckily you didn't get my eyes on my eyebrow. Oh, let's stop his ass.
I thought they stopped his ass.
Hemp Hill.
I hope they stop his ass. They don't come brother cars. They can't hard
Does Hemphill ever come to the second scene where Mr. Nichols is beat to death?
No, not while I was there.
Who is this leaving?
I didn't hear.
Who is this leaving?
Haley.
Whose voice is that?
I don't know.
How was that work? These are you guys. You're able to bring suspect up here. Yeah, we're fighting, dude. I tased him and it was like, okay. I think they're fixing to bring him over here because they're further down there when you took out running. I mean, you know what I know. Did you know? Bro, you got there. But you when I got sprayed? Yeah. Or was it for the patient? It was for the suspect. Now, we were on the ground and I wanted to spray him. And just sprayed all of us. So they took the patient away and bring him back? He took out further things down. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, y'all need those? Well, one of the problems did get him. Take it out, look at it. Help me know it's still out. Yeah. Just cover it as we stop you guys. Okay. I can see who it is. Yeah, they got it down there. My partner pepper sprayed me and I tased dude. We're not doing it. This fire department come down to you, or are you bringing it back down here? Right. Yeah, just go down. I'm sure you should go see.
Whose voice was that? He said just going down here. Or, no.
Sound like Smith.
We're at a fairly natural stopping place, Judge, but we can do one thing first. We can back this video up, take it off the full screen, because I'm told it's maybe the full screen is distorting it, and just watch the first 2 minutes, just traffic stop, smaller for reversion.
I was going to say before we do that, just for the record, when we don't watch the entire video, if we could put on the timestamp that it was stopped, I believe it was 2039, either 07 or 17.
We're making note of those times, and we'll include that in the ultimate exhibit list of the jury. So we're not going to watch this whole thing, just the stop and smaller version, because we think the TV's distorting it and it goes full screen.
Aaron, do you want to just fast forward to the part to see if the smaller range is going to fix it? So we can see.
We're real close, Judge, just right here. We'll just make a note that we played that portion of the video. Just for the record. Next video will be the full cam that we haven't seen from the cable. Lost you. I'm told by our tech people that it's probably the laptop and they have a different one to use. I think maybe we'll watch this video real quick and then maybe we can switch out, take a quick break. Feed us something quick. Mr. Mills, I told you there was actually a second pole cam in this neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes.
The 6705 Ross Ridge in this neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now we're gonna watch it another time through and I'll point out something to you. Take 2 minutes. We're gonna look in this area here. You're gonna see a person. It appears to be Tiger Nichols. That does not appear to be a police car, does it?
No.
Stores. This does appear to be a police car, doesn't it? Or could you tell?
I can't tell. I see the taillights.
Individuals crouched down sort of between 2 cars.
Yes.
And they're just also away.
Yeah.
Did you drive down the street?
Yes.
Could that have even been your car, that second car?
Possibly.
Yeah, hard to tell.
Yeah, I can't.
If you were driving down the street, did you see Tiger Nichols over there in the yard or crouching down between those cars?
No.
We can have a break, Your Honor, and switch laptops and hopefully have a better call when we come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess. You can leave your notebooks in your chairs and continue not to speak about the case.
That's because they have Jasmine. That's because they have been whooping on everybody for a minute. And Jen, I think I just saw Jen's comment saying that her son had been harassed by those officers. It was a lot of different people from Memphis that came out there saying that those officers, a part of that Scorpion team, had been brutalizing people out there in that community. But you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that when he was testifying, he did kind of set the stage for that once he started talking through saying that they were supposed to do, they were to pursue every crime, whether it was whether it was a misdemeanor or a felony. So I really feel like they was out there really harassing people.
Asking you questions. I know you may be facing this.
They was
person, but
harassing
make
people.
sure your voice is loud so that the jury can hear your answers.
Yes, Your Honor.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I would so much rather watch this than Karen Reed. Because Karen getting on my nerves. I ain't gonna hold you.
Who are the 2 officers on top of them right now?
Bean and Smith.
And Smith, I think, as we said before, you can tell by the light sole shoes, is that right?
Yes.
Who is this also walking up?
Martin.
Were you able to see that kick to the head where you were,
When I was there?
when you were there?
No.
Where are you in this right now?
I'm far. I'm on the other side of that car, far away. Not far.
Sort of off stage, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see that second kick from the head from where you were that night?
No.
We go in order. It's Martin, Bean, and Smith. So
Yes.
who's that?
That's me.
You see it. Geez, we see you go like this.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I just opened my baton.
Okay, this is one of those collapsible type batons.
Yes.
So you go like this, it extends.
Yes.
Can you tell us, if you stop here, can you tell here? Martin's back to us, is that correct?
Yes.
On the far right?
All right, y'all. That's
Yes.
fair. We gonna stay over here on the
Yep.
Tyree Nichols
Yes.
murder trial, but when Jen
Or
get her
left,
ass
you-
on that stand
Yes.
over there in that
Ms.
current Reed
Nichols
trial,
sit on the ground.
we gonna
Yes.
hop on back over there. We gonna hop on back over there.
Just over here. You're back to us, is that correct?
Yes.
Left with the shoes is Smith
Yes.
on Tyree's left side.
I can't see Tyree's left side, but I can see right here looking at
You
me.
can see Smith.
Yes.
On the right, Bean, is that correct? We can play a little more.
Yes, please. Okay, yes.
Okay, so left side of Tyree Smith, right side Bean, and we stop this mid punch by Evan Martin, is that correct?
Yes.
You had exited again to the right, is that right?
Yes.
Where Martin and Smith and Bean.
They're still with Nichols.
Who's this man running in?
I don't know.
The man that just hit him, could you tell?
That was it was a little blurry with the Haley.
Okay. We'll see some body cams later, so if you can't tell who the first kick or the second kick was from, you can just say that.
Okay.
So we saw one man run in and kick him.
Yes.
Could you tell who that was?
That was Haley.
Okay. And we saw another man kick him after Haley did. Could you tell who that was?
Martin.
Who's this dragging him over the car?
Smith. Is it Smith? Yes, Smith.
See this person with his phone out?
Yes,
Who's that?
that's Haley.
Did you become aware that Haley took a picture of Tyre Nichols with his phone when he was propped up against that car?
You said I was aware?
Did you become aware of that?
Yes,
Did you also become aware that he sent it to people?
yes, found out later.
We'll stop this here, 2040, 38. And we are going to watch next your body cam, Executive Mills. Can you go through that period where the sound doesn't turn on for like a minute?
Yes.
You're the one spraying, is that right?
Yes, yes,
You sprayed yourself at this point?
yes.
What did we just see right there, Executive Mills? Did you see that?
Nah. Can you wind it on?
Yeah, we were one. We were just a bit. What was that? Executive Martin took off his body and threw on the ground.
Like a, could be a body worn camera.
Okay.
Could be.
Let me stop you for a second. Please stop. You said someone misquoted something to the effect of, or did you say?
You know, out of the rules of completeness, I want to ask it, because at this point, the narration, we need to approach out, because it's going to be a slight speaking objection, but the video needs to play, and then he can come back and ask his questions, is how it's normally done. And right now, I would ask the court to allow him, to allow it to play to a certain point, and then come back, because it's not giving the video weight what it should be given, or the effect of what it should be.
Well, I mean, with regard to the video, I mean, it's being admitted into evidence. So if you're wanting to play the video in its entirety during your cross-examination,
Yes.
then I'll allow you to do so. But during the direct examination, I'll allow him to ask questions to the portions that he wants to direct on.
Yes, sir. Maybe approach on something I'd like to bring to the court's attention.
All right.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. That voice?
Whose voice is that?
Martin?
Whose voice was that?
Me.
Whose voice was that?
It's more than one. But
Whose voice was Tatum?
can you replay it?
After what I addressed, that's inappropriate. I mean, objection. If he knows, he's does the Hiram know or the witness? Because that doesn't matter. Well, then I guess the question is, or the objection is the objection to a leading question, or is it objection to what? Objection, leading, suggesting an answer.
Ask him who.
So you can ask if he has knowledge of who made the statement. If he says that he has knowledge of who made the statement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the record should reflect that out of this kind of mouth can't work it. That's what my objection is to.
All right, if you can rephrase your question.
We can rewind it. Yeah, my question is, who says that?
Okay.
So who said that?
Sound like I'd say Martin and Smith.
Who said the location?
That was me.
Who's that talking?
Martin.
Who's that?
That's Bean.
Who's that?
Smith.
Who are those people attending to Mr. Mickers?
Paramedics.
Who said that? Did you hear what that man said?
Can you rewind a little bit? What word do you want me?
All right, right there. Who says that?
Smith.
What does that mean?
He was punching him.
What did he call it?
He said pieces, some pieces.
What's pieces mean?
Meaning a lot of punches, more than one punch.
Who said that? Okay.
That was Martin.
What did he say?
He's hitting him with straight haymakers.
What's a
That's
haymaker?
like a one hit quitter punch.
Like a big one.
Yeah, big one.
Like the third you heard?
Yes.
Who says that?
Martin.
What does he say?
He said he was rocking him.
What does he mean by rocking?
Punching him with the haymakers.
Who says that?
Smith.
What was he saying?
He said I jumped in, started rocking.
If he's not there, was that Defendant Smith
Yes.
saying something about you got that face thing you do?
Yes.
What's he talking about?
I think he's referring to I think Shelby County have a system when they can take a picture of the face and identify someone. I'm not positive, but I think that's what he's referring to.
Okay. Or I don't know either.
Oh, I think
Could
that's
it possibly be referring to some sort of medical thing for the paramedics or no?
no, I think it's I don't know.
Who is that?
Lieutenant Smith.
Who's talking there to do something?
That's Haley.
Who said that?
Remind it, please, a little bit. Just.
Who said that? You hear that?
But,
Dean was rocking.
that was Smith.
Yeah, it's ask and answer. His narration is going over and over. And I don't have an issue with the question. We're going to play the video as well, but he's narrating, trying to get to leading. I mean, he's leading him to the answer that he wants out of him. The witness has indicated an answer to all these questions twice now.
Actually, wasn't that list?
Specifically, Your Honor, the caption, the word said was haymakers, and then what looks like to be being said he's eating them. That's the third time we watched in the last 45 seconds. I don't know how they're rewinding it so fast, but if one didn't know better, we would actually think this is just one big long conversation. So it goes to the ask and answer objection. I've heard the same clip 3 times now in the last 45 seconds.
I mean, if we're going over new information, I'll allow you to go over new information, but if we can just make sure we're going over new information.
It was a witness that wanted to ask the question.
That was Haley.
And who just said that?
The swung hit me part?
Yeah.
That was Martin.
Who says that?
Haley.
Yeah. 125-60-8752.
Who's that talking?
Haley.
Who's that talking?
Haley.
Judge, I'm just thinking about the record in the future. This video is asking who's saying what as a timestamp on it. And when you read a transcript of this, the question is going to be who said that, and there's going to be a name answer generally, or I don't know. But there's no timestamp. Nobody reading the transcript will be able to know what they're talking about. And I would ask that when someone's questioned about the videotape, that the timestamp be mentioned and included in the question.
For the record, that was 2045-38.
Disconnected. Okay. They got one more, right? Yeah, please. I gotta have my kids for like the house is lit up, lit up. Yeah, I got driving my traffic stuff and got it for like. Yes, man, you take all of it. Just have it. Wow.
Now, who's that talking to, the woman there?
That's me.
And what did you say to her?
That he was driving to oncoming traffic.
Did you see that?
No, I was going off what Martin told me.
Timestamp is 2046-53.
Yeah, right. It's time for it. Thank you. No, we see why. Yeah.
That man pep sprayed the shit out of himself. I know he on fire.
Hey, Mark. 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 Hold up.
I got it. First off.
That's Martin.
Wait, what's the timestamp on it?
2049-50, 1 or 2. On camera now is 2049-50, 6 or 8. 6, and whose picture? Mr. Mills?
That's Martin.
That's Martin. What did Mr. Martin just say?
He's signaling to me to take off my camera and talk to him.
What was that signal?
Just pointing to his body, well, where the body camera would be.
Okay.
And just
So what that signal mean?
take it off. I got something to tell you.
To take your body camera off?
Yes.
And that timestamp is 2050.
Take your body camera off.
What did it tell you? Mr. Mills?
That conversation, I kept asking him what happened on the traffic stop, why you stopped him, did you find anything, and how we get here, how we get to where we at right at that time.
Did he ever explain to you how they got there in terms of him hitting Tyree?
He said that he told me the traffic stop, swerving oncoming traffic. He said he stopped him, got the cars fighting him. He told me he put on his gun, and I think he told me like all three, him, Haley, and Hemphill was laying on him, and I think he said he pushed, Mr. Nichols pushed him off of him and took off running. He told me it was pepper sprayed and tased all over there.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about what happened there at
No.
Castleton?
No. Everything he was telling me from the original traffic stop.
Okay.
They a little too happy for me.
Whose voice was that at 2054 asking, he all right?
That was Smith.
Who says that at 2056-41 is oxygen may be low?
Smith.
At this point, do you walk away with Lieutenant Smith, go to the father's house?
Yes.
I'm just going to stop the video at 2057. I think that's a 39. For the record, that's what we'll stop Mr. Mills's body worn camera. Next, Mr. Mills is, I'm going to try not to ask any questions, so I just want to just let it play. This will be your body worn camera audio synced up with the poll camera.
Okay.
Okay, so we actually will be able to see for the first time and hear the incident from Castleton.
Okay.
Ross and Keswick, we are east of the intersection. Let me get my car. You know that?
Something down at 2038, 13. We have two, and then one real short video left on it. We're gonna watch next Beams body worn camera. To remind the jury who is being in the car with.
Me.
Stop it here at 2033.55. So the camera remains on the ground. We're going to fast forward it to 2039. Go ahead. This is just on 2038.19.
I'm not ready to play hell.
I know. I see everything you did. Somebody fuck my leg, but I know.
Hey, shut up, bro. Shut up, man.
This is 2042-17. Sorry. Since we played yours synced with the actual incident, we'll play Mr. Dean's synced with the actual incident. We can stop that here at 2038 Maxine. And there's just one more video, which will be from Blake's body cam. Blake's is not a name we've heard yet in this trial. This will be from later on in this one. Please stop for a second. Oops. I was going to read out Tom Sachs. Right there in 20, 36, 17, 18. Who is that kicking? Mr. Nichols?
Like Haley?
And there at 20, 36, 21, 20. Who is that kicking? Mr.
Martin?
And let's make sure that stop for the record. 20, 36, 21. Watch a lot of videos.
Yes.
From any of those videos, did you ever say stop?
No.
Should you?
Yes.
Did you hit Mr. Nichols with your baton?
Yes.
Should you have?
No.
Did you act out of anger?
Yes.
Afterwards, did you lie about it?
Yes.
That's all my questions, Judge.
Right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your lunch has arrived. This will be a good breaking point for the defense to start their cross-examination. So we're going to go ahead and excuse the juror at this time.
Sure.
Oh, they on lunch break. Guess we'll jump back over to Kern for a minute until they come back. And guess what? We get over here and they having a goddamn sidebar, y'all. We get over here and they having a sidebar. That just tells you how this is going. This is like several people have inboxed me saying that Karen is it's a little dry today. It's a little boring today. It's just interesting. It's just interesting. Is Whiffen still on the I'm sick of Bev and them. I'm just saying, is Whiffen still on the stand? You know, he's still on the stand. What's going on there? Yeah, we just on break from both of our trials. Okay, so let's talk about Tyre Nichols. So at this point, we got Martin already telling lies. I never heard them say why they pulled him over, but I heard him on the stand testify that Martin told him he was driving in oncoming traffic. I can't even get it out. He was driving in oncoming traffic. I heard him say he told him to cut his body camera off, and I know that he been pepper spraying everybody and their mama down there at the scene. He is the actual officer that got out and hit him with the baton 3 times. He claimed in his arm. Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch that video in time 6 so I can see how many swings of that baton that he does. But he also claims that once they picked Tyre up and started holding him by his arms and the other guy was punching him, I believe that's Haley though, right? Keep me honest. It's Jen in the building. I believe Haley was the one that was punching him. That was punching him. He said he couldn't somehow he basically didn't want to watch that anymore because it was so disturbing to him. but he never stopped it. He never told them to stop. He never told them to quit. He just basically stood around, possibly with his eyes closed, going over to find somebody's water hose to use. But he claims that he was disturbed. Okay, Kim not sure. Okay. And what's interesting about his testimony is that he basically claims that once he was there, he never saw the kicks when he arrived. He never seen the kicks.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Call calls Jennifer McCabe.
Oh shit, y'all. Janet's coming to the goddamn stand. Oh Lord. Let's go.
Face up quick and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court that you're in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Flynn, whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure, I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. My day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9:00.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant enter the bar and you greet, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it
well,
could.
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please?
11:26.
11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes. Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
All right. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes,
And what was your understanding?
they were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes,
Do you remember that night leaving?
yes,
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
yes, Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes,
Did she decline?
yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No,
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
after midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again, Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes,
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
it was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No,
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
it's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's.
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel
Yes.
and then another woman, Sarah.
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece, Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look and, when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters? Huh?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it,
Trying to find the address?
try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
He, not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. And it's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So so Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Another sidebar. Another sidebar. I thought I heard snoring. Nah, you ain't hear me snoring. There must be somebody in the courtroom because I was definitely on mute. But these folks in here in this courtroom. So is Jen already lying, y'all? I didn't miss the good portion of the daggone call. I mean the testimony. Sharp ass tooth. She had a sharp tooth. Let me go see it too. I didn't really get a good look at her. Ugh.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12/10/36. You went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Which tooth is sharp?
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably
that little canine. That little canine is a little sharp. It is a little sharp. How is she allowing that? She can't answer about their relationship. Oh, is that mine? Where's yours at? Oh, He has no clue yet. He has no clue. Go away. Connect that the product is a whole. Not the heat. Oh, sorry. I was just talking to my boss. Yeah, I have so many things going on at once. I don't even know how I'm still doing this. So Colin is just in the clear now, I guess, cause she ain't mentioned him at all whatsoever. They can't call him up. I think that's an appellate issue. I don't care what nobody say. You can't tell somebody a witness does not have to be implicated in a crime. A person does not have to be implicated in a crime for you to call them as a witness. I think that that's ridiculous that they weren't able to call him. I think that's an appellate issue. For real. I think it's an appeal issue. And they still sidebarring. I just don't understand.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes,
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No,
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No,
Why not?
why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes,
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
no,
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes,
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
yes,
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
yes,
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
yes,
and your text messages?
yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I
we
won't
just.
ask you what was
oh.
said because you weren't there.
Oh,
But
okay.
at some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off Miss Nagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And
John's
who's Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
When, without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clear?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming,
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
When
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night,
Mhm.
was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No,
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
no, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No,
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
no.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
Over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I
Okay.
texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly. No,
Were you screaming?
no.
Now, at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours,
Mhm.
Did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No,
Had you socialized with her at that time?
no,
Had you ever seen her before with John?
once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No,
Were you friends at that point?
no.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just, she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you
or
go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
because I said, "Who is that?"
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes,
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
yes,
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
no,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Kerry Roberts said, "No, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in two cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there." That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, "We're going to Meadows." So I said, okay. I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other
No.
than that meeting,
Yes, correct.
and you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times for the kids.
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house,
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes,
Do you still?
yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee.
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk. You could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's going to
let me not
get,
ask you what Kerry.
oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes,
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
one car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Miss Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Kerry's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Kerry said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Kerry, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Kerry, she screamed, stop. So Kerry stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Kerry looks at me and said something said like she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Kerry got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Kerry and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Kerry removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Kerry removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Kerry just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
Why?
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lydia, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Jurors, right this way, please, if you know what's on the chair.
Goodbye.
All right, y'all. So, I don't know if they're gonna have anything after this. But I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream today. I want to get caught up on the Tyree trial. And I'm about to be in motion anyway. So, I'll see if they have anything extra after court, and then I'll end my stream.
Could we close the doors, please?
May be seated.
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the Arkham motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute or can you argue that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to address?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion and I told you that I would hear you on argument and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes, if
Okay,
you could just have 5 minutes, she'll be right back.
sure. All right,
Thank
5 minutes.
All right, please.
All right. Well, I'm getting ready to drop. If you want to take another break, I don't got time for her. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow is also LSAT release day, y'all. So when we start our stream tomorrow morning, I will be looking at my LSAT score. So if y'all want to tap in with me on that, make sure that you are here. My score is going to release at 9. Well, no, it's going to be 8 Central. So the minute our stream is supposed to start. So fingers crossed our LSAT score is what we want it to be. I hope I can sleep tonight, to be honest. So again, I'm getting ready to go catch up on Tyree. So I hope y'all have a good evening. I will see y'all tomorrow morning.